Hey everybody. Hey everybody.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Everyone is having a fantastic and wonderful day. Let's got this one here. Lukester, hello, good evening. Hope your day has been awesome. What's going on there? What you doing? Hello? Oh, I'm stuck. I'm frozen. What? Hello. Hey, oh, there we go. Okay. We're back. Oh, Oh, I'm worried for a moment there. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the stream. Hope everyone is having a fantastic and wonderful day. It's all been awesome fun. Oh dear. Oh dear. Shush, phone. Shush, 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 shush. Shush, shush. It's okay. It's okay, phone. It's okay. One, I know I'm live. I know I'm live. I did it. I know. Yes, we are gonna do more game dev today. Is the plan? Hopefully, is the plan. I've got my glasses are not broken, but they are unhealthy, shall we say? So I need to find some way to adjust them, but I can't think of anything like immediately in front of me that could do it. So it's not gonna work. They're gonna be falling off my nose, which is gonna be interesting. Trying to stream and not be able to see because my glasses keep falling off my nose. So yeah, I need to I don't see anything to hand that I could possibly fix them with. That's very annoying that I've just put them on and noticed, and well, not noticed. I broke them last time, and I should have remembered between streams, but I clearly did not. So yeah, I don't see anything that I can okay, we're just gonna have to kind of deal with it. So what are we doing? We're trying to continue with our game of building a factory out of a computer, but I need to do some things. So we were here, this one. Device not available. It's my monitor. Yes, it is. I am using it. I can absolutely 100% assure you it's available. It is definitely available. There we go. Okay. Right. So yes. Okay. So we have thing working here, and we can push one to have a thing go there. Oh, what's that? And two. That's. Need to fix that. Not quite sure why. What the? That's not 2 tiles up in the air, is it? Is it? How big are these? How big are these? These are... Of course. 1. What is math.up? I thought math.up was 1. Let's try that. Come down here, Unity. Come down here, that one. Okay. Right. So yes, so we can do that, and then that doesn't look like it's directly above the cursor though. Oh, it is. It's just the angle. Okay. Yeah, maybe we don't want it to go up there. Maybe we do actually want it to be mapped to the motherboard position. There we go. Okay. Well, what we need to do is we need to have a way of actually putting them down. What are we doing here? This is the placement system. We have a ghost here. So we check for the input mouse buffer. Okay, let's open the input mouse buffer and remind ourselves what we're doing here. So the input mouse buffer has an entity. Okay. So in our scripts input system, mouse input system. Okay. Entities hit entity. Okay, but we don't want to do that. We only want to send the entity in. Or do we want to send the same entity in? I think we'll just send the same entity in. Yeah. It's not copying, it's making a reference to the entity anyway. So what we want to do is, let's get rid of that. So when we click and we go was clicked, we have a clicked. Okay. We go to the placement system here. If the entity equals null, it collides with 6. What was I? The problem is I've been away from here for 3 is the motherboard, 6 is entities. Okay. So when our entity is null, we don't ever click on the motherboard. And when we have, when our ghost is not null, we just here. Boom, 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 boom. So move ghost job is moving there. And we then want to go down here. We basically want to go, if clicked, we need to spawn an object. So if data dot was clicked, place object. Oop. I'm going to have to send in the board position. Okay. And then down here, we check for input, set up the ghost, move the ghost job. Let's do above here. First compile, void base object 3 world position. We were expecting the world position. Okay. Yes, right. So we need to how do we set up the ghost? What do we do here? Ow. Ow. So we're checking for input. So we have 1, 2, or 3 we check for input. So this is going to have to be redone at some point anyway. The check for input's got to be done. Got to be redone at some point because we we're going to have that done via a another thing. We're going to have a placement system, a placement buffer. So when you click on something for the placement, it will then go, hey, this is the new item we want to place, and it will load the codes for it. And then when we click it, it wouldn't be able to know what actual entity it is. I think for that, what I want to do is have. I kind of want to use scriptable objects for each thing. So we'll have a scriptable object, and in the scriptable object we'll have a it'll have the name of the object. Obviously, we need to create an ID for the object, because that's going to be the easiest way to save them, is an ID for the object. We can use GUID for that, that's fine. We then need to create a let's do it now. Do it now. As I'm talking, let's do it now. So the placement system. Doesn't really want to be in scripts. This wants to be a script object. So create a new empty C# script and call this a placeable object. Okay, and this is going to be system, and this is going to inherit from script object. Okay, and this will, I can't remember how to use script objects. Right, I need to do a couple of setup things up here, don't we? We need to go create asset menu, file name equals placeable object. Menu name equals placeable objects / object, and order. I don't know what order means. I think we need the order. Do we need the order? I don't think we need the order. Okay, and then here we have a public string for the name. Placeable name. A bit GUID. GUID. There's another GUID, isn't there? Yeah, there's a system GUID and a Unity GUID. So we want to. That's going to be a unique one, although that's not going to be editable by us. That's going to be yeah, and I don't know if these are allowed to have like a start function, are they? No, they're not. Okay. On validate. Not in the right place. You can have a start, but not from there. On validate, so it has an on validate function. And if GUID equals is equal to GUID dot. I don't know what a GUID is. How can I check if GUID is blank? I don't know if it ever been null. Then UI equals new GUID. Can I just do that? Nope, we're expecting something else there. It's not a. It is a function. Okay. Right, okay. The GUID basically means that when we save these objects, when we come to save the game, we save this, and that means it will be the same every single time. I just don't know whether they're ever nullable. UID dot new. Serialize basic data types, basic data type verifications. Okay, right, so this may not work. We'll try it, we'll see what goes there. So on a public string information, which should be like the tooltip string. We want a public so I need an entity to be stored here, but I can't do that because I can't drag and drop entities in the Unity thing. So this is going to have to be a public game object. Prefab, and then a public object. Just prefab, which would just be the same thing, but we'll have a different thing on it. But I want it to be separate so that it doesn't copy any data that it might have on it. I think that's all we need. Onto assets, let's create a new folder, and we'll call this placeable objects. New placeable objects object. Let's call you this a CPU, sorry, a generic CPU socket, and this is called a just the CPU socket. I can't see the GUID; it's not being serialized up there. Right. Can I see that under the debug mode though? The GUID has no stuff on it. That's not right. Let's try the system version of this, shall we? Let's call this just ID. And yeah. Actually, let's leave it as capitals. If GUID equals null, GUID equals UID dot new equals GUID dot new GUID. Okay, I don't think it ever equals null though. That's the problem. Can't even see it there now. Interesting. So this is not serializable. Right. I remember having issues with this before. Okay, I don't know how because I need something that can be stored as an int. Basically, so I need a specific ID that can be stored as an int, so that when we send the data in, it can store that int on it, and it will just know what the ID of the thing is. I suppose the only way we can do that is, rather than create it like that, is just do it ourselves. Because the GUIC system, that's what the GUID system is designed for. That's what it's for. But unfortunately, I don't think it works that way. And I'm pretty damn sure it's not validating. It doesn't.
Hello there.
Equals null. Hello there. Hello there. Empty. I'll change this to just be ID. Otherwise I'm confusing myself. X hash to the name. That would work. There we go. So that's working, but that's not. That is working. The problem is that I can only see that in debug mode. I can't see it in normal mode, which is very annoying. And I'd have to cast it as like a toString. But if I cast it as a toString, it's not bittable, so I can't store it in data. Is a hash bittable? What does a hash do? Is hash a whoa, that was spelled badly. But how are you today, Echo? I hope you're doing very well. Oh, there's a hash 128 for Unity entities. Ooh. Does it matter? I'll go with the entities one because we're using entities. If id dot how do I generate the thing? Is it this one name dot hash code? Is that right? Nope. Oh, that could just be an int. Oh, hang on, that can just be an int. So if ID equals 0, which I assume would be the default number for an int, although the problem to that is that now if I change the name, it doesn't change the ID, which isn't. Let's create a new. See that generates a. Maybe I just don't worry about that and I just regenerate it every single time I change the name, which would mean if I ever change the name of an object between game versions, it might break saves. But oh well. If I type CPU socket in there, you've got the same ID, which would be fine. But CPU socket 2, you get a minus number, but that's fine. We can store an ID. We can store it in. An identifier name that I don't change the display name. That would also make sense. Yeah. That would make sense. That would make sense. It's just that the main reason for doing this is that I can't pass a string into entities. Entity takes a string, so I still need to find a way to do that, to pass the information in to show it in the GUI. Because otherwise I'd use the GUI thing and just go .toString. But when it comes to the data, if you want to do a string, you have to do a set length string. this is going to cause me problems later on. This is going to cause me problems later on because I need to get the information for this into my GUI when we display things so you can actually read stuff. And it's all going to be data driven, but I can't pass a string in as data, so... anyway, to compare I wonder if there's any way I could do a the filtering size is the only way I know how to send strings around inside data. Which, if that works, I might as well just use GUID and just do it as and just do it as a string. So use the Unity GUID ID, and down here on validate, if id.empty id dot new uid dot new dot generate like that. Okay, and then the second I create the object, it will just be it will have one, and then we can literally just go let me just up it string actually string and then equals id dot. That's just for me to show in the editor so I know what I'm doing here. Working on the same content you was working on in September. Sorry, I missed that one there. You've been doing a lot, I guess. Yeah, there's a GUID string. It doesn't matter if I change something in it now. It yeah. There's a way to do this one. I think. Yes, there you go. Wow, that's massive. But that's okay. That's what we want. I'd also like to be able to make sure this is not Dennis, hello, hello. On this stream, fun that isn't playing Project Zomboid or Monster Hunter World or Animals in an Aquarium. Oh, okay. Everyone's playing Monster Hunter World. It's never really been my thing, to be honest. Well, I can't overwrite that anyway, can I? It won't let me overwrite this anyway. Because yeah. The development goes. I don't know where it's going, but it's going. Yeah, I can't type in there because every time I try and type in there or delete or something, the on validate is recreating the no, it's not. The on validate's the on validate is overriding it with a new string. So, cool. Okay. Right. That's all right. So, right. CPU socket. This wants to have the pre socket. So, base projects. You want to have the prefab, and for the moment, I'm just going to put that in there. We're going to have to create a new thing for that. Let's create a new base project. Let's call this CPU. A CPU. Boop. And you will have both of those as your prefab there. Okay. So this is fine and dandy and wonderful. Placement system. This depends on the number I press generates the thing I want. Okay, that's fine. This gets the component buffer. I'm guessing. So I want to get the component buffer, and I want to get the not the number, not the list there. I want to get one that gets from the ID. So, but I need to also find a way to, instead of having it like this, these need to be scripted objects, don't they? Can we just do that here? Well, my scripted objects or placement objects also needs a category, doesn't it? Doesn't be named, that should be category. Gave them as 3 different types, wasn't I? These should all go into one single thing. And it shouldn't be called buildable, it should be called a... Well, actually it's buildables because I've got a buildable. Right. Yeah, so the placeable objects should not be called placeable objects, it should be called buildable objects. Because, yeah, I was doing this a completely different way, wasn't I? I had 3 different enums which were going to be the belts, the components, and the sockets. And I typed the names in here, all the objects in the game. There's three categories. There's a socket, a component, and a belt, as it would be. And a component needs to know what socket it goes in. But it can't just go in any socket. Am I doing this? I don't think I'm doing this right. I've lost myself on what I was doing and where I was doing it. So I'm for some bizarre reason I'd already done this, and I'm coming in and doing it now because I want to use scripted objects because it's just easier. Then you can just drag and drop them all when they do the thing that they want to do. So, okay, let's rename this. This is not going to be in the placement system. This is wrong. This should be in the buildables. Okay. And this should be a buildable object. Buildable objects, call it a socket, even though some of them can be slots and things. Okay. And then I want to come to here. And I want to get rid of these. Just completely lost myself. Yeah, because I don't want to do it this way. I don't want to do it in the editor here. I'd much rather create the script projects and drag them in. So I need a list of just everything, but it needs to have categories. So these need to have a category. Which is going to be only one of three things, basically. So to start with, let me say invalid. Rocket. I don't like what I'm doing here. I don't like what I'm doing here. I think this is shrinking me down too much. I need So if I change these to be scripted objects, they need a category. But the problem to that, so public God damn. Buildable category. Okay. So that's fine. And then I can copy this. No, and then I can come here. I can go category equals buildable category dot socket. Okay. We can copy this and we can paste it. So this is placeable. Right, this is going to become pocket. This one's going to be buildable component. This one will be buildable belts. I'm still going to call them belts in the back of it anyway. Component. Okay. Then here, comment out all these because we don't want any of those. We need to redo these here. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Let's actually rename this to buildable object SO. So that's a scriptable object. Okay. Right. And then the components wants to have another one here. No, that's not going to work. This is not going to work because it needs to know what it can socket into, doesn't it? Will it have a buildable pocket?
Thank you for the 7 long months of subscribing in Belcore Game 8. Hello Hedgehog, 7 months already.
Hello, Emble, thank you very, very much. Thank you for the 7 months. You are awesome. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you are going to need... A lot of this code is duplicated, kind of annoying, but... string, what are they called? Thick string, aren't they? Turns new scene. Okay, that's fine. But how long is 128 bytes? Pengabruna, hello, good evening. You are having a good day? I am doing very well today, thank you very much. I'm confusing myself on stuff that I don't understand properly.
Hype Train has entered the station and is at level 1. Thank you. Thank you for the 7 long months of subscribing Urkel64, twin size.
Thank you also, Urkel, for the 7 months we have a choo-choo train going. Yay! Awesome.
Thanks for the 100 bits in Belcore Game8.
Thank you very, very much for the 100 bits, Emil. Thank you. It's very interesting when it's trying to pronounce names and things. There is a hype train going. Oh dear. It's okay. It's only level 1. It's fine. Thank you very, very much.
The hype train is going strong at level 4.
God, level 4.
Anonymous just dropped gifts tier 1 subs. Thank you so much.
That percent doesn't work clearly. Okay. An anonymous gifter. Thank you very, very much for anonymously gifting subs to the channel. You are a star. You are a legend. Thank you very, very, very much indeed. If only we knew who you possibly was. It's really funny because I've never seen an anonymous gifter and Urkel in the same room together. So, you know. But thank you very, very, very much. Oh, there you go. So Dennis, there you go. Yay! Someone's actually here who got it. And Wanderer got one as well. Yay! And Bear as well. Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm not sure how long 32 bytes is. This is binary marks. Okay, so a 32 byte I can actually store 29 letters. Right, okay, so that can store 29 letters. Right. Okay. The problem is, how big is the biggest one? So 512, there's 4,996 bytes, which should be enough for all our info. So the name, right, what do we need? Let's copy this over piece by piece. You come down here. The category is purely so that I can put them in the correct places. Okay, so we need to copy their name. We need to copy the GUI string. How long is the GUI string? According to the thing here, the binary layout of this string is guaranteed for now and all time to be length followed by the bytes of characters with no padding. A 0 byte always immediately follows the last character. Effectively, the number of bytes for storing characters is 3 less than 32. There are two length bytes and 1 null byte stored. So a 32 byte string can store 29 characters, which should be enough for our names. Fine. Not that I'm fussed about the memory footprint of stuff going on here, because you're not really using that much stuff anyway. How long is a GUI string? Let's have a look. See, let's go to let's rename this folder to buildable objects. CPU. How long is a GUI string? I don't know. I don't know how long a GUI string is. Let's a GUI is 33 bytes long. Right there. So it's actually 32 bytes long, isn't it? But yeah, so we can't store that in a 32. We're going to have to go up to 64 for storing the GUI. So let's go to 64 as well for our names. We might as well. Not like I'm particularly too fussed about that. So public fixed string 64 bytes. Two bytes to store a number that can't be more than 29. I know. 2 length bytes and 1 null byte. Oh yeah. So I suppose the first 2 are 3 and 2, just so the system knows it's a 32 length thing, and then the last byte is always a null byte, so that it knows that's the end of the string. But it won't be 32. It'll actually be whatever the hex is for 32. So probably ID. Well, that's not even remotely close to what I want. I want that. Thank you. The next one we want to copy is, so that's this one here. The information. This wants to be a string. I'm going to make it the biggest one we can.
A hype train just ended at 26% through level 4 and had 3 crazy people participating.
I got a bleep bleep bleep. I'm lep. Got a lep. Choo choo. You got a full damage. Ah. The null byte or 1 byte layer thoughts for everyone. What's this song? This is all provided by Purple Cat. Which is free music on there. This is the Distance World 2 album, just started, called Anomaly. So yeah, if you go onto YouTube and type in Purple Cat, you will find all their music. It is completely royalty free. I went and brought it all off Bandcamp, and you can, yeah, awesome chilled song. Distant Worlds albums. There's 4 of them. Fantastically chilled stuff. Yeah, Purple Cat. Okay. Your birthday's on Thursday. Awesome. I hope you have a fantastic day. Right, and then we need to store the prefab and the ghost prefab. That should be it. I feel like I could have this as a single buffer, but I probably want to separate them out into multiple buffers so I can grab the independent buffer depending on what category we're looking at, just to make life easier, so we're not comparing. What I'm going to do when I try and find the object, I'm going to try and compare the IDs for stuff that we want. So we'll generate the UI based off of this. Yeah. Puns, purple, and cats. These are very my favourite things. Well, he's a purple cat, so yeah. Although all of this is going to be there. So we have a prefab, and then we have a public entity host prefab. Okay, that should be all we need. But the thing is, I'm copying the same sets of data 3 times for different things. I feel like I don't need to do this. If I just add the category to this up here and learn how to spell the word public, that track was called Anomaly. It's the first track off Distance World 3. It does say in the bottom corner of the screen what it is, but you can't really see it with that going on there, can you? So it's kind of, yeah. Yeah, this Distant Worlds 3 album, and it was the first track. Anomaly. This is just the second track out there. Public, buildable, category. So if I did that, and then I came down here, and then also did a public right, how do I make sure that a component and I've got 3 separate things for these, but that's and they're all the same. They're all the same, just one has a different thing in it. That's it. How do I make sure that the component knows what socket it goes in? Could I mean, currently I'm storing the buildable socket, so we just drag that into it and say, this is the socket you must plug into. The problem to that is that we might have multiple sockets. Let's not do that. Let's not worry about multiple sockets. Multiple CPUs may go in the same socket. So you can update your CPU with a new socket. Because that's how it works in real life. You know, if you buy like a Ryzen, an AM4 system, for instance, or AM5 system, you can put any AM5 processor in it. They all work, but they're all different. So no, I can't grab the buildable socket.g because I could compare the GUID, couldn't it? We could always compare if it's the right ID. I'm going to do a lot of comparing strings though if I do that, which I don't like the idea of. Right. Is that valid or is that dirty? I'm creating a GUID so we know it will be unique. Then I'm getting the hash code of that GUID. It should be different every time, right? Welcome back. So then we're converting the GUID into an int, which is much easier to store. So instead we do that, we just make that an int. Not easy to store, easy to compare. Because if I want to compare, I want to make sure like this component goes into this socket. I don't want to be having to check, is this component's GUID equal to that GUID, because comparing strings is slow. So yeah, I do, it's dirty but valid enough, unlikely to have combat. Yeah, well, if it does, that's for future me to deal with. So I do have another game out, which is not even remotely close to anything that's going on here. I have a breakout clone. Let me Oop, there we go. Very, very, very simple breakout clone that I was just learning how to use Unity's entity component system, so that I could do this project. This is the project I wanted to do, but I wasn't sure how to actually make a production thing with it, and we came across loads of problems there, and we solved them, and now I'm coming across loads of problems here, and I'm having to solve them all over again because retaining information is clearly not my strong point. So yeah. And Foundry, that's right. Yes, yes. When is Foundry getting its next big update? Do you know, Urkel? Can you give us the inside scoop? When is Foundry getting a big new update? Let us know. We want to know. We want to be there on the forefront of the founding. And then hit ID. And we just won't fill the socket ID up unless we need to. So this here, no comment. That either means you know or you don't know. Okay, let me ask you another question, which you may be able to answer. Is it going well? If you know. I know, obviously, you can't, and I get that, but hopefully, well, you know, is it going well? I hope it's going well. I hope everything is on course and it's going well. Right. So, yeah, you are all the same. You just have a buildable socket. I don't need to do this. No, I don't need to do this. Date bit subject change. Of course. Yep. It is going well. Awesome. Right. Let's not worry about having multiple of these because we don't need them. We don't need them. Okay. New object. Okay. It has a category. It has a name, an ID, the int's an ID. This is all valid. This is all fine. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, there we go. We just need to give it a category, and also I also need to give it a public. Oh. Gotta be careful here. Gotta be careful here, because if I allow you to drag a buildable object inside a buildable object, you could break the world. But I'm very glad to hear it is going well. Okay. The big changes you hear about in the next few blogs, yes. Yeah, that. I don't like that, but I don't see any other way to do that. And then here, if buildable object socket does not equals null, socket ID equals buildable object socket dot ID. No. That could be private. Can you use getters and setters in script objects? Because I could have this as a getter. This. All right, use getters and setters. Return ID dot get hash code. Don't need that one there anymore. Is that right? There's no set for it, so we can't accidentally set it. So it's public. We can only get the hash code of this. Okay. Need a series ID. Oh yeah, that's the can I serialize that? No, I don't think you can serialize private. I don't know. I've still got those errors I need to fix here, but I don't think that actually works. I'll leave it anyway, that's fine. Right, so we've got the ID, blah, blah, blah. So the socket ID is also an int, and you just get that from the socket ID. That means I can get rid of all these, right? Buildable let's do just a buildable data buffer on ID. Why would I need that to be serialized? I'm not actually saving that information anywhere. We're literally just grabbing the int from it. Oh, do you mean like the ID we hang on. Do you know what? Do you know what? Let's just go back to that. Let's just go back to that, okay? I'll just rename it my GUID so it's more thing there. But it's always been overwritten and invalidate anyway, so even if we retype this, it doesn't matter. Change every time you reboot Unity. Oh, because it's private. So public yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Actually, that doesn't matter, does it? Because I can't edit that in the editor anyway. It's not available in the editor. You can't see it in the editor. So, yeah, okay. We'll just go back to that anyway. It doesn't matter if even if I try and overwrite this, I don't think I should overwrite it anyway. Yeah, because I can't. It's the whole failsafe code, and it's the whole. I really should make sure that I don't accidentally overwrite these anywhere. But I can't overwrite the GUID anyway because it's not accessible in the editor. But I could overwrite it by code if I wasn't careful. But this overwrites it here, but I could call this publicly somewhere else, which is something I don't ever want to do. But if I serialize it, it still doesn't show in the editor, but does that mean it actually works though? That's what I was trying to do. It doesn't. Just if I mess up and overwrite it, I'll fix it later. Okay. Right. So this should be all we need for the buildable items. Right. Now, in here, nice and baker. I still want to have 3 separate. Can I add a buffer to an entity 3 times? Just to make the Unity remember it. Okay, so even though I can't see it, so if I do a serialized field here, make that private, and then do a get return ID. Return ID.get hash code. So this still validates it, and then that's making everything safe. So I can't accidentally overwrite the ID anywhere. Like this one, for instance, as well. This doesn't need to be exposed in the editor either. Okay, so I can't mess that one up. And that's easy to do. You just do get private set. So it's still public and available, but nothing can overwrite it. It's only, yeah. Remember there was a time where I used to do this a lot. I used to do the whole get private set thing. I wanted it public to be shown to the world, but I wanted its own thing to have fields down here to doing stuff. So yeah, and obviously we need 2 codes here because that's different. So yeah. But the get private set hides that in the editor. You won't see that field in the editor. Okay. So yeah, right. So this now takes the socket ID for the ghost prefab there, info ID. That should be everything we need to store from this object here. Is that right? 1, 2. We don't need the category stored in here, or do we? Data buffer. Do I need the category stored in here? Meh. Don't know. We'll have a look. See. Name, ID, info. So there should be 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7 fields. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fields. Awesome. Right. In the baker, yes, hide an inspector. Yeah. Yes. So that doesn't hide there. This is safe, however, being a public int that only this script can set it and no one else can set it. So we can't accidentally overwrite the ID in code because it's very easy. I've done it many times to put an equals instead of a double equals. Now I want to compare 2 things, and then instead I put 1 equals and it overwrites stuff, and everything goes terribly wrong. So yeah. Okay. So where are these stored again? I don't need those at all. So this wants to be a buildable data buffer. Now, I don't know if this is valid in entities or not. Can I add 3 buffers to the same entity? Not sure. So I want to get rid of those. Public. Buildable object. Buildables. Oh. Do it right. I sneezed and pushed the random button. Well. Okay, my mute button goes up here for some reason. Okay. So we just want to come down here, buildables list. If buildable, if authoring dot buildables by dot category is equals to building category dot socket then I need to rebuild this. So let's get rid of that, and then I want to get rid of all this as well because yeah, So in the socket buffer, we want to go through all of these. I don't know if I need to restore the category or not because I'm separating them out here. So I just want to do name equals authoring buildables I dot name. I'm probably getting that 3rd time's different. Right. ID authoring dot buildables A dot my GUID equals authoring dot buildables I dot information. Prefab equals get entity authoring dot buildables I refab. Transform usage flags dot dynamic. Mesh prefab equals mesh prefab. Okay, and that's it. The socket ID isn't required for sockets. Okay. We are separating them out with the same, and then this one wants to have a socket ID which will equals authoring dot buildables I dot socket ID. Okay. And then we go into the project and we go into the scripts buildables, and I want to grab this buildable item and delete it. We go into here and we have loads of stuff that's all broken. So boop. You just need to have one now, which is going to be the buildable data buffer. Nope, this ain't gonna work because I don't get the socket data buffer. Even though you're adding 3 separate buffers, they're all going to be the same buffer, aren't they? Because an entity can only have one buffer. Do I just add everything into the buffer and just sort it by category? Doesn't exactly feel right, if I'm honest with you. Right. Nope. Three equals authoring dot buildables I dot category every time. All to the same buffer. Okay. So during the placement system, we can get the dynamic buffer. Buildable buffer. That won't work because it's not going to get the correct thing. So we need to go through. So this is going to change to an int and be ID. Okay. And we need to go through each data in buildable buffer. If I don't need a case statement in here. If buildable buffer, that's right. If data dot ID equals, let's go ID. Have multiple buffers on the same until all the different types. I'm putting the same buffer on there every time. So yeah. Let's get rid of this switch statement. We don't need that. So to set up the ghost, we basically just send in an int, which is the ID of the thing we want, which is the hashcode GUID, and then we just go over the entire data buffer, and if the ID matches, that's the one we want. Cool. Okay. Now I can't hard code stuff here because I haven't actually got any of this working. I've inadvertently managed to get myself to a stage where I need to actually build my GUI, don't I? Damn it. New int. Let's just pass in 1. And let's just pass in 2 for the moment, just to get it going past the error stage. So that's good there. They will not work. They will not spawn anything for us at all. And the thing compiled. Awesome. Good enough for me. Right, so you now have a list of buildables, which is completely empty. If we go into our buildable objects here, we have a CPU and a CPU socket. Okay. I need to go back into here. GUI work is the most fun part. It's going to be the most fun part because I want to use UI Toolkit. And I know very little about UI Toolkit. But yeah, we're going to see how this goes. I'm also hoping, and I haven't asked, and it's already been an hour and 43 minutes into the stream, hour and 44 minutes into the stream. Is my audio okay? I've been mucking about with the microphone to try and get it to increase volume when I speak quietly and to shrink the volume down when I scream. Rah! So I'm hoping it looks good to me. It looks like it's always bouncing around -5, -10. But yeah. Do I sound, and more importantly, considering the compression I'm doing, does it sound clear enough for you to hear? I know I mumble most of the time, but yeah. I need to do a failsafe in here. If author buildables by category equals builder category dot none, then don't return. Wait, will return cancel this one if run, or would it cancel the whole thing? I just want to cancel this one. Return cancels the one, and break cancels. Mic music levels great. Awesome. Thank you very much. It sounds fine to 80. Awesome. 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 I'm glad. I spent probably a week trying to figure out. I don't know if you hear it, but when I move the mouse, I tend to pick the mouse up and I tap it down. So that. In the videos for the last 2 or 3 weeks, you'll be able to hear that really clearly, and I was trying to figure out for ages. It turns out a rubber bushing on my mic arm was broken, and the mic was metal against metal, so you could hear it. Of course, I mucked about with all my settings for a week, and then didn't need to, so yeah. So break is what I want. So basically, if it's category 0, I don't want to process that one, but I do want to process the rest. Break. Just skip 1 and move on to the next one, and then return cancels the lot. 1 cancels the lot, 1 cancels a single 4. Continue. That's yes, that's the one. So yeah, so there's return, break, continue, go to, go sub, because that's the old one. You know, old developers don't die; they go sub without return. Yeah, so continue will skip this 1 4 loop and move on to the next 4 loop. So yeah, so if I've messed up and haven't given my things a category, then it will just skip them and go, I don't know what that is. And then if I miss them, like, why isn't that in the game? Because yeah, sub. Yeah. This is a component. This is a socket. Can I drag that in there? Okay, nothing caught fire, so that's good. So I'm referencing the CPU into. So if I was to reference that one in there, oh my god, they're talking to each other. Ah, no, I don't want that. None. Okay, cool. If I set this to right, this one. If I set this to debug mode, there we go. So our ID is here. Oh yeah, I can't see the actual can't see that one because I've now set it as a get only. Now, if I serialize that, will I see it again? I don't think so. I don't think that works, does it? I think I said this. I don't think that works. No, you can't serialize a getter. Yeah. Don't see if you do. Field. Is not a valid attribution location for this. Oh, this. Hold on. Do we need to do it outside of there? No. I don't know what this is. You're getting to a point. I don't know what a field is. Oh, you can do that. I keep forgetting these are new C# things, aren't they? I keep forgetting that's a thing. But that is not valid. Might not work with that assessor. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to be able to see it, but yeah. Not that it matters, because we know it's going to be valid anyway because the GUID is valid. So, but what I'd like to be able to see it so that I can I don't know how to do the get return id.get hash code set set private set. The feature field keyword is currently in preview and unsupported. Oh, I don't have the field on there anymore. Oh, no. No. Go away. That's not. What have I done? What have I done? What? Wait. Right, yeah, okay. So private set doesn't. Why did private set throw an error on the field keyword? That's weird. Right, and then do what I should. And no, but in debug mode, no. No. Private setters and getters, you cannot do that way. But do you know what? Let's do this. Let's do a the field one was in a I think the one hold on. Not a recognized attribute location. Oh. No. Even the field one does the same thing. It does the same thing. So what, we'll just go over this. Wasn't there a do expression body? Okay, just to it doesn't matter. Is that code for that? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just not showing it, but it doesn't. It works. It works. The only reason I wanted to see it was basically so I could see this if the socket ID was correct. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So it's fine. Okay. So if I now this goes on to there. Okay. Now technically 1 and 2 will work, but it won't work at the same time. So now I'd like to use UI Toolkit because UI Toolkit works with things like system based and iSystem, update stuff. You can use driven stuff, but I've not researched enough about UI Toolkit to know how to do it. There's ways you can do properties in UI Toolkit that will read an element like and it will auto update when any of the iComponent data, when any of this data here, when any of this updates, it will update the UI thing. But I do not know enough about to try and tackle that now. I need to research more on that. And I've been doing little bits, but not enough on that. The annoying thing as well is that Unity just actually released a new thing for the UI stuff. They released a brand new pack with loads of UI things, and it's for legacy UI stuff when they're trying to promote UI Toolkit. I'm just really confused as to what they were doing there. Yeah, so you won't get anything because we don't know what your IDs are. Okay. I mean, I can find out what your... Oh, that's a good point, actually. Ah, hang on. The socket ID has been filled. Wait a minute. I want to make sure it's 0, because if I check it and it's 0, I just want to go, okay, we'll ignore it. Right, okay, that's better. That's better. Right, okay. So, I can temporarily come down here and say, state number 2, which is our CPU, is going to be, oh, really? Really? Really, you don't let me copy? Why do you not let me copy that? That's... what? I can't... I can't right-click and copy that ID? Really? Also, that shows... Does this just need a private set? Is that what it is? Yeah. But that one shows get private set. Show me the damn code. copy that. That is the socket component. I just want to literally paste them in here so I can cheat just for a moment. Drag you in there. Copy that CUD and then none on that one. Nope. On that one, thank you. And then paste that one in there. Okay, so there's the two valid IDs. They should be fine. Yeah. Get return ID get hash code. Private set. No. Why can't I do private set? Oh, because I haven't closed the I don't understand the error. The field keyword is currently in preview and unsupported. I'm not using the field keyword. Why can't I set a private set when I've got a get and a return on the get? Why can't I do that? With a custom get, you can't have a default set. Really? Set. Just have an empty one then, yeah. I know this doesn't show, but yeah, no, this didn't even show in debug mode, did it? No. Ooh. I don't know what I was doing there anyway. I wanted to. Right. No, I don't do that. I'm going to do my GUID equals ID get hash code. Okay. Okay, and I want to do that there as well. Okay. Right, I know I'm doing non-validate now, but yeah, I'm still going to do get private set. We just need to overwrite these. It's just for now, I want to be able to see them in here so I can copy them into my script so that we can try the placement system. Okay, here we go. Save everything, hit play. No errors turned up. That's good. Push 1. Oh. Push 2. Ooh. It's a working. It's a working. I need to update the frame rate better than this. But that's okay. I might try and cheat it and use a shader to move. Instead of it instant moving, I might try and use a shader to smoothly move it around. But that's working. Awesome. Cool. Right. Okay, we are hard coding the GUID stuff at the moment, but that's okay. Let me put a bigger to-do there, and then that's kind of my universal. I will search for all my folders at the end of the project and go, are there any to-do things? I need to fix this. Okay, cool. Right. Okay. So it's generating the thing, doing the stuff there. It's copying all the stuff it needs. I assume it's copying all the stuff it needs, but it's copying all the data it needs. So I now need to, well, I don't want to do the GUI yet. because that's going to involve me going on YouTube and watching loads of videos about how to make UI documents and stuff, because I don't understand that. Let's do the whole, when you click, it puts it down in the world. Okay. So, let's first of all do this. So, copy paste. Okay. Let's change this here. Ghost material. Make it transparent. Make it basically bright green. Turn the alpha down to 63. Do not receive shadows. Don't need to cast shadows either, but okay, right. And then socket. Let's change your material out for ghost. Let's duplicate. Ghost. Build projects, CPU. CPU ghost, CPU socket ghost. Okay. Play. Oh, it's rendering. There we go. It's green. Now that's interesting. My 2 no longer works. Why does 2 no longer work? Because for some reason this now has a different GUI. Why does this have a different GUID? What happened? What happened? Why did you get a different GUID? But your GUID would not be empty. It would have been generated. That's weird. That's really weird. Why? I mean, I can't overwrite this anyway, can I? No. None. I don't know why the GUID would have reset there. Guess it went to an invalid state or something. I don't know. It shouldn't matter though, because I'm not going to hard code any of these numbers. They're all going to be when the game loads, it loads all the data, and that's the numbers for it basically. But I do need the same data every single time, because otherwise when I save them as IDs, they're going to load the wrong things. So hopefully that's not a thing. That shouldn't be a problem. I am now going to close and reload Unity. Let me reload Unity just to see whether that's working. It might be, as you said, it might be because it's like not public. that it's not saving it. Okay, so the CPU should be... No, they've got new GUIDs. Yeah, they've got new IDs. So it's not saving them. So this does need to be made public. Yeah, I think the problem is that this... No, it wouldn't matter because it still doesn't show it in the inspector, so it doesn't save it. But I would definitely need this to be get private set as well. But then would that, if I did get private set on here, would that do the same thing? Does that make it non-serializable? Copy that. I'm going to replace these guys. Okay. Right, so you've still got the same numbers? Yes, okay. So that one starts -12, that one starts -96. Doesn't work with a custom getter. Okay, right. Let me I seem to remember having an issue with GUIDs before, where they were doing something weird for me and they kept resetting. I don't think it was resetting every time I load the game. It was resetting every time I hit play. Nope, now they're different again. Right, so okay, that's valid. That one's valid. So there's the ID. Right, okay. So we're 596 and -70. No. Right. So if I do that, field is redundant. Okay. Right. I do that. It won't show. Okay. We go debug. It's there. But these are all, yeah. Yeah, I think this is the thing that I remember running into last time, was that the GUID system is supposed to generate a valid, independent ID for each component, but it does it every time you reload the game, so it's useless. So it was useless. So yeah, and the problem with that GUID and then generate it on valid and then store it as like an int. The problem to that is that we shouldn't run into an issue of duplicate IDs. It should be a valid ID every time. But yeah, I never understood why GYD doesn't save. It isn't savable. It's such a stupid thing. Tom Chaser, hello, good evening. Hope you are having a good day. We are programming a factory game inside a computer. There's a serializable GUI solutions. I think I'm on that now. Persistent GUI system. Such a daft. It's one of those things that's like, great, fantastic. You've got a built-in Unity system to create GUIDs that I then can't save, so I can't use them. It's so stupid. It really is. The only thing I can think it's useful for is for creating valid GUIDs at runtime. So if you create an object at runtime, you can give it a GUID and you know it's going to have that same ID throughout the entire runtime. So you can keep track of it exactly where it is by that number. But I don't know why you'd need that. I don't know why that would be useful unless, I mean, it could be useful for networking, I suppose. You could get a valid GUID, you could send it off to the server and go, this is my session ID. Or the server could send you one actually and go, this is your session ID. And when you talk to me, you always talk to me via that session ID. Then that's what handshaking's for, a network, yeah. Well, I switched to using the U-long generated by X. Yeah. Yes, yeah, this is the game I was talking about the other night. Yeah, it's so. There's also system. There's also there's a system GUID. ID dot. If ID is equal to GUID dot empty, then GUID dot next dot new GUID. Okay, that's fine. But does the system one save? Does the Microsoft System GUI thing save? Let's try this one. If not, I am going to have to come up with my own thing somewhere. So, debug mode. I can't even see it. It doesn't even show in debug mode. Okay, but we have a GUID, so we are CPU. So CPU is -60. Close Unity. Reload Unity. No, it's got different numbers. So even the system GUID doesn't persist between things. Right, so okay, so switching over to this ID and getting the hash from, say, like the name or something. The system GUID is much serialized with no serialized put. It's so stupid. GUID is just useless. It really is just useless. It's exactly what I'd need in this case, but it's just useless. These are mono behaviors, but these are fine because these won't actually run because they're independent. So yeah, so I have to get rid of that. I have to generate it from something else. The problem that I have with and this is more of a personal thing of having like another string up here which has its own internal name, and then we get the ID from the internal name, is that there's no failsafe to make sure I'm not naming something the same. Hang on. What if I just did this? Hang on. If my GYD is equal to 0, because an initialized int is always 0, correct? Then we just go my GUID equals GUID, we use the Unity one, dot generate dot get hash code. I just need to make sure it's not possible to overwrite. But I bet I can't see that in the inspector now, can I? No, I can see it in the inspector. One in 250, yeah, okay, right. So will that save? Because this does the same thing, doesn't it? It generates a GUID, which should be unique. I don't know if a GUID actually checks any other GUIDs anyway, and then just gets the hash code from it. But that's only, and it only does it once. But the problem is that this hold on. No, the problem is I can type in there now. I don't want to be able to type in there. I want to be able to see it. This is one of those things that Unity just doesn't support. I want to be able to see it, but I don't want to be able to type into it. I'll have two fields. Hold on. What if we did public int visible GUID inspectors are really nice, actually works. Yeah, I've not used any custom inspectors like ever. This isn't going to work, is it? Return my GUID. Yeah, this won't work, will it? No, doesn't show it. Because the return didn't get serialized. Pressing it to every project. Is it where? How'd you get Try Inspector? How does this? And the thing is, with the inspector as well, you don't have to, if you overwrite stuff in the inspector, sorry, let me rephrase that. If I add an inspector extension, you don't have to, it doesn't ship anything with the game. Purely for, yeah. Oh, you just literally, oh. Wait, you can just literally install it via the package manager? Okay. Error adding package, why? No Git executable was found. Please install Git on your system. No. Really? Unity doesn't come with it. Really? 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 God. Really? Sorry, it stuns me that Unity doesn't come with a Git grabber built into it. And I haven't done it. Get started installing Git. Come on then, tell me how to do this. Linux, Mac OS. No, that's not what I want. This one. Is it literally just a... Okay, you just... Okay. Okay. Yep. 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 Go. Notepad++, please. Yep, that's fine. Yep, that's fine. Yep, that's fine. Windows security channel, Windows style commit. It's yeah. I'll use the Windows one, please. I don't know what half these options are. Credentials there. Caching, that's fine. There we go. Boom. I seem to remember installing Git like years ago, and it was you downloaded 2 files and then added them to your Windows path, and that was it. This is way more than I expected. So there you go. Okay. So do I now have to do this here, or can I do things there? Grimaholic, hello, good evening. Let me guess. No Git excuse will be found. Please install Git through the system and restart Unity. No. Okay. It was an anonymous gifter that definitely isn't still in the chat right now. But I hope you're having a very good day, Grimaholic. I hope everything is awesome and wonderful for you. Yes, we'll never know, will we? We'll never know. We'll never know who it was that keeps gifting the things, and to somebody who I am extremely grateful to. Hey, there we go. Right. Shows you how often I use Git, doesn't it? Hello, Joe. Hello, good evening. I am very well, thank you very much. I hope you are having a good day. And how's it coming along? It is. Oh look, Visual Studio has an update. Yay! It is definitely coming along. As you can tell, I'm an absolute professional that makes sure everything is up to date and installed and working before I start streaming. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. It's all fun. It's all fun.
Thank you for the Tier 1 gift subscription to Ohujo, whomever wishes to remain anonymous.
Another anonymous gifter. Thank you very, very much. Anonymous gifter, you are a legend. And we thank you. We thank you. Right. Professional streamer, yeah. Okay, now does Visual Studio instantly recognize the other things added to it? So let's get rid of that. Let's do so I still want this to be get private set, but I want it to be shown in inspector. So show in. Nope, it's not. It's not as easy as that, is it? No, it's not as easy as that. What I should probably do is have a quick look at the actual documentation for this try inspector because I don't know what it is. What kind of game is this? Sorry, I missed the question. I am making a factory game, so something like Factorio, or well, not a Satisfactory. That's way too advanced. So something closer to Factorio. The concept of it is that you are inside a computer, so you will have your CPU and your memory and your graphics card, and the data will come in from the hard drives, and you'll have to belt it around with conveyor belts to this place it needs to go to, so data can get processed and then get shipped out, so you can earn money from your, or earn energy credits, and then the energy credits can be used to research new things. And it's a factory game, but you're inside a computer. So this is the motherboard. Read only field and field serialized field, I think. So read only try inspector, and then field serialized field. But that won't work because it's get private set still, isn't it? Nope, there it is. But I can still type into it. So that's not it's my first project in this thing. I do have a game out that's earlier. I have a breakout clone or an Arkanoid clone, depending on your that one there. I have that game out, which is free if you want to download it and play it. It's just a bit of fun, and it was basically so that I could learn how to use ECS and dots in Unity. So go give it a try and see what you think of it. And I have a dot. And somebody brought my game. Thank you very, very much for whomever brought your game. Brought my game. Thank you very, very, very much indeed. Wow. That must have been someone in chat. It was an hour ago. Somebody here. Thank you very, very much. I made money. I'm a successful developer. Woo! It's not a first time Unity. I've been mucking about with Unity for well over a decade. I've got probably 1,000 different projects on my hard drive that I've never finished. So I decided to stream it, which would kind of force me to finish a project. That was the idea of doing the streams. So, and I thought I want to learn the new entity component system because I don't know much about it. I've dabbled in it a lot, but I've never finished something with it. So I thought I'm going to pick an easy game. Breakout is a very easy game, very fun to play. We'll put a little bit of a twist on it. And yeah, so... But I do get how Unity works, but I just don't. Right, so sorry. Maybe. Actually, don't we want this to be the? Oh no, because I need to set it down here now, don't I? How long have I watched this game? This is only the third stream, and I'm still like refreshing my brain on how many things work, stuff like that. So. We're currently trying to get a valid GUID that actually saves between systems, so yeah. So I can't have this be. I need this to be public because it needs to be read outside of the script. But this has to be public. But if I do that, it doesn't show an inspector, does it? Advanced inspector attributes. What's show an inspector. Thank you very much for the follow. That you're very welcome to come and lurk here. We are very much learning all the things. So That didn't work. Can I do... Can I do an inline if statement here? Have to remember how to do these in like from is it one of these? No. Yeah, I know it's never remember what they are. It's a question mark. It's a question mark. It's kind of hard for Unity, is it? That won't do what I want it to do. Because I want it to only update if it's 0. That's showing that, but again, I can't. Oh, I can copy that. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Oh, is that the in on there? Oh. So that, just do that. There you go. That's what I want to do. Okay. And I can't just make this a get private set and do show and inspector, can I? That won't work. Yeah, okay, so now I can't type in there, that's fine, and the other one is hidden behind here. If we go debug mode, it's You won't show it there anyway, but yeah. Okay, what does addressable mean? It says addressable asset which includes in the bundle data and makes it loaded via script by its addressed. I don't know what that means. Okay, I feel like we've jumped around the world to try and get somewhere here, but it's now going to work, isn't it? He says, hopefully. Okay. So we have minus 15. Sorry, minus 15.9 and minus 15.3. Close. Close. Load. $59, and that one's got a different number. Why has that one got a different number? I'm updating the smaller, the lowercase, my GUID. Okay, that's serialized and read only. Let's say with the old code. Ah, okay, yeah. So, right. So 15959321. I don't need to close that. I don't want to keep doing that. So why does one keep updating if one doesn't? That one's holding the same number. This one is not. This one is this updating. So UI error. Okay. Three 051. Right. Okay. Right. That should be good now, right? That one has the same number. That one now has the same number. Okay, so I need to update something on here to get it to generate. Okay. Right, yeah. This is the first CPU. This is the first. Got it. That's not a U. U. Oop. Okay. Seems to be working now. Right. Okay. Play 1 is bringing up the CPU, and 2 is bringing up the socket. Why is that? Yes, no, that is right. Yeah, 1 is the CPU, 1 is the... Okay, right, cool. Right. Okay. There is something I need to do here. So, this move ghost job. This move ghost job is going to have to do a little bit more than just moving it around. It's going to also have to check whether the entity is allowed to be where it is. And turn it red or green. Okay, so what I need to do for that then is I actually need to take my motherboard, and I don't want my motherboard to be at 0 by 0 by 0. I want the motherboard to be out, so 0 by 0 is blank. You want to go like 13 by 15.5. That puts you, so 0 by 0 is the very corner of the motherboard. It's never where the mouse is going to go, so we can never put an entity there. I actually want to put you like that. So that corner piece there is 1 by 1. Okay. Oh, my camera needs speeding up. That's fine. 1. So I need to make sure that you don't go off the edge of the motherboard. So we need to take that into account. Okay. So that's an edge case, literally an edge case. And if it's invalid, so it's at 0 by 0, we know it's invalid. Or it's there, or with the CPU, for instance, it's not on top of a CPU socket. They're all no statements. And unfortunately, we need to kind of do that here in the placement system. This script has to handle that as well. Then we need to change the Okay, Groovaholic, have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. I need to store more stuff in here.
I am having the fun.
The fun! All the fun. We have the fun. So, I need to create a new entity. So, create a empty game object and call this the material buffer. This can go into the game manager, which is fine. The game manager, everything is at 0/0, that's fine. This is not going to be a 0/0, and this is not going to be a blank one. This is going to be more than that. Or is it? So, in the last game, the only way I could get multiple materials into the scene wasn't by adding them here and then adding them to a buffer. We actually had to get them from the child buffer, and then we created an entity that had multiple children, and then we just grabbed the buffer from the children. But I think I'd like to try and get them somewhere different this time around. See whether this can work here. So let's go to our scripts. Let's create a new folder. Sure. New entities. Called it. Buffer data, is that how we did it, or was it material data buffer thing? I can't remember. Buildable data. Okay, so no, it's material. Data buffer, technically. Okay, so this is going to be under a new one, which is going to be called material buffer, not material bugger. No, material buffer. Okay, this is going to be a element data. And it is going to have, and then down here we're also going to have a enum of it's red post. Only the debugger, material bugger, ghost. I'm going to have I can't use the word default in there, can I? None, but we are going to have a none actually assigned to this. So if anything goes wrong, it's going to add a lovely pink or something if we assign something wrong. That'll do, right? And then this is going to have a material names. What's your name? Huh? It's less accessible than I need to bring it up publicly them. Right, okay. I don't remember doing that elsewhere, but okay. And then this is where no, I can't store the material. This is why this won't work. Because that's not there, it's trying to wobbly because that isn't a bittable thing for the element data. This is what I think I had to do it the child way last time. Right, I need to go and have a look at how I did it in the previous one here. Manage component object with an array of materials. Okay, but can I then access that component in an iSystem in a job specifically? Well, it won't be in the job, it'll be outside the job, but we'll pass it in. But can I then access that data in an iSystem? Because the idea is that we have all the materials stored elsewhere in data, and then we just pollute everything. Yeah. So I think I want to do it the same way I got around it in the other in hex breakout. Let me load hex breakout up because that's going to be the easiest way for me to the way I did it in here was we had a material plane up the top here. Oop. This with all the materials on it. It had a linked entity group and it had an authoring script. That simply added the tag to it. And then elsewhere in the scripts, we found this tag and then we grabbed the children off of this and just had to remember the order. That was the bit I didn't want to do. I wanted to grab the children and then find one here. So I'm wondering whether we can render mesh array as the proper solution, but it's not simply okay. I'll stick with this. This one works. The problem to it, however, is that it requires to either know the exact order of these at all times, or maybe I don't. Or to search through them by name. But I really hate doing that. I've always hated try and find something by name, because one typo and it breaks everything. And unfortunately, with the way I type, as you can see, I can look at something and think it says the word field, and it clearly doesn't say the word field. It says something completely different because the letters are in the wrong order. Yeah. Amber, welcome back. I did not see. Sorry about that. I did not see the message up there. That was 7 minutes ago. I apologise for that. I hope you've had a good dinner. I'm trying to think how often we're going to have to swap out textures in this, though. I don't think very often. No, I don't think we're going to have to swap out textures. To be honest with you, the only time we're going to have to swap textures in this one, in the new game, is going to be the ghosts from the red to the green. We might want to do something later if things are powered off. Then we can do something else with that. So I might just need 2 of them. I might literally just need 2 textures on there. However, the biggest problem to this is that I had to make sure that each one of these had its own segment on here. I couldn't just put 2 onto the same render mesh because it didn't work. It didn't. You couldn't get them by children. That's how we did it. We got it by children. So that means I want to go back into here. I want to just get rid of this. I don't care about this. Go away. We want to create two ghosts for each object. I could literally just do 2 cubes and then search for one via I could just tag this one as one thing, so I could remove this and this can just be red ghost and ghost, like that. And we literally just will go into our art materials, rename this to green ghost, duplicate it, red ghost, and make it red. And then green ghost can go on green ghost, and red ghost can go on red ghost. There we go. And that'll do. That'll do. And we can just create cubes that can just float anywhere, so long as they haven't got any thing. And this addressable must be something to do with Try Inspector, because that's new. Yeah, so we don't need anything there. The mesh render is where you cast shadows. Okay, so if we turn that off, we don't have any blend probes, and we have no motion. We can even turn off the render layer if we wanted to. I'll leave that on by default. The same here, turn off shadows, turn off blend probes, no motion, don't do dynamic occlusion. That's all to do with that. That's not to do with the shader. The shader's independent, has its own things. Okay, and then we just grab these 2, throw them into the game management. I'll put them under the material buffer just so they're out the way. And we'll throw the material buffer up 1,000 tiles. Google says Green Ghost was a superheroine who had the ability to change her density. Cool. Cool. Okay, and then in our material buffer system, let's create a Baker script and call this the Red Ghost Baker. Leave it as a material buffer, that's fine. I don't need anything in the authoring, I don't need that. Down here, I just want to do a public Right. Red ghost tag. My component data. Entity equals get entity transform usage factor none, so we don't care about those. And then add component entity comma new red ghost tag. Boop. Now we freak out Unity by duplicating the script. Get ready for it to go wrong. There we go. Right. Rename said script. Do. Is the green ghost okay? I could have done with some one script and just used a tag inside it. Oop. Oop. There we go. I could literally have had this be a material tag and then, well, I couldn't tag it by name, but yeah. Okay, so I'm not going to use this one here, but I am going to kind of use this one here. Systems. So I want to do the material change system. Let's open this up for a moment here. So yeah, so what I did for that one was we searched for the material in the texture plane, which we don't need to do now. We're going to have to look for the green ghost and red ghost tag. We got the material mesh entity information from the entity because the entity component system has stuff that's stored. The component lookup system has it stored. All working in my system. And we need a link entity group because we need to look for the children. And then we threw that all into a job. And then in the job, it went through, it basically picked a child, depending on the number, but I had to hard code the number. So, yeah. But we shouldn't have to do that now. We should still want to look up the material mesh component because we use that to get an entity from that. So we get the material mesh, we will get the entity of the red or green ghost, steal the material from it and apply it to the new one. Okay. Okay. That seems easy. Copy this. Go back to the placement system. So this is the one that's going to require this stuff here. So we have a ghost entity. We already have the ghost entity. That's awesome. Okay. Require for update. No, require for update ghost and green ghost tag. Wow, come on, fat figures. Put on, there you go. Okay. update that. So we set the component. We then need to, every frame we have to update it because it might change between frames, which is fine. Do I need to update it every frame, or do I only need to update it if our ghost, yeah, if our ghost doesn't equal null is the only time we need to update it. Okay, I don't have to update it if not, because, yeah. Okay, I might have to get the size of the bounding box as well. Or I could, we're going to have to do checks anyway to make sure it's not colliding with other things, but we don't want to put down a socket on top of a socket. So we'll have to do that here to make sure it's not colliding with things. So then what I could do in Unity is I could just build around the edge of the motherboard invisible barriers. So if you mouse outside it, it collides with it and just goes, nope, you can't build out that side there. That would make life easier for everything, I think. Has colliders but doesn't hit the raycast for the mouse. So right now I'm just going to see if it's invalid by if world position is equal to 3.0. Oh yeah, we have to do equals float 3.0. We have to do it that way for some bizarre reason. Then we are invalid. Valid. So we need to make sure we set the. I don't want to set them 0 every frame now, do I? Although I suppose I could when the ghost is up. Would it matter? Not, but I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I can't create. No, because you won't update the position. You can't update the position outside of here, can you? Can you? No. No, you don't have access to anything outside of the job. That won't work. Right, okay, so that's not going to work. Let's not worry about that. Let's just update every frame and deal with the performance later. So, can I also get a... No. get the entity in as well, because it will be an entity. And I also need to put a entity command buffer in here as well. So that means we can use it in multiple places, so I can then use the entity command buffer in the job as well, which is what we want. Entity command buffer, public entity command buffer, ECB. Do I need to send this in as a parallel writer? Might have to. Yeah. So underscore ECB equals ECB dot as parallel writer. No. Parallel writer, yeah, because I need to have a parallel writer in here because it's scheduled as parallel, otherwise it won't work. Okay, okay. Boom, boom, boom. And then we also want to send in, if I remember rightly, when we do the job, we send in this as well. This has to be marked as read only. The job. Ooh. I think I'm using unity.collections. Yeah. Yeah, unity.collections for that one. Okay. Okay, now show me what this did here. Can you copy all of this so that I can paste it over here? So I know what I'm doing here. So if it's invalid, so the entity is going to be from the we need to send in the material entity, don't we? If it's invalid, we want to get the material from entity of the red ghost. Okay, we don't need the link child bit of that. That's not valid. We want to create a new one. Right, so material. Material to change from. material to change. Okay. You're going to get it from the entity. Also, no, it's not correct because they're public, but I want to do it that way. Okay. Material to change dot material equals material to change to dot material. Let's change this to new material. Let's change this to material. That's a bit more descriptive. Current material equals new material dot material. Okay. Then we set the component chunk index. I'm not storing a chunk index, am I? I couldn't figure out whether these meant anything. So I'm just going to copy this one because I couldn't figure out what the chunk indexes actually mean. No, I don't know what. Set component entity is going to be underscore entity, and we're going to set its current material to that one. Okay, I could just set it to the new material, if I'm honest with you. I don't have to do this. I don't have to get my material and set the material and do the bits and pieces. However, I only want to change the material. I don't want to change any other settings on it. So but I could literally just get the new material and set it to the new material, which would save a lot of copying extra stuff around. Let's just do that. Okay. If it equals float.0, it's invalid. We'd also have to do all the checking and the actual collision checking and stuff in here. Otherwise, it is valid, so therefore we want to set the component to the green ghost. Okay. Let's go up here. So I need to set the right, what have we got here? We've got the entity. Yeah, so underscore green ghost equals system API dot get singleton green ghost tag dot get singleton. Let's see. I am throwing that in every single time, I know. I could possibly cache these two because they're not going to be changed. They could possibly be cached right up here somewhere. In non-create, but then they might not be valid non-create, so I could literally store them as entities and just do a check up here to see whether they're valid, and if not, find them. Caches entities. Okay. So that should work. And it is. It is working. When I go off the board, it goes to 0 and it goes, nope, you can't place it here. I mean, realistically, what I'd like to do is only end up moving it if it's valid. Maybe do that. If it's not valid, then we just stop moving. But then I'd want it to move. You're not reloading because I haven't closed and reloaded. Okay. So if we go off, it goes no, which is fine. I still need to fix this movement thing. We are actually zoomed way too far out, aren't we? And I should probably move you over as well. Be like there, center of the map or something. So you should basically be the same. Oh, that didn't work. Drag the camera in there, reset the camera's position, drag the camera back out again. There we go, that's better. Okay. We are moving just very, very slowly, and the zoom is also very, very slow. In fact, everything seems kind of slow right now, so. Also, my movement doesn't take into account the rotation. Oh, I never fixed that from last time. Ah. Anyway, this is working. This is good, but I need to do a collision system here. Right, so that's no longer available. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. We can close with this. This is good. Okay. Let me close down this one. Don't save, we didn't change anything. Close down that one. So I do have an old project that did this. Documents, Unity, old projects. Built game Unity 6. This was a Unity 5 package I upgraded and then never went and played again. Scripts. Placement system. No. So, put this in. I'm doing stuff in here that I don't remember what I'm doing, but I remember in here somewhere. I'm sure there's a thing where we do a bounding box collision. It's not clear. Physical world. Yeah, this one. The physics world can do an overlap AABB, which is the second fastest thing. We get all hits on length, and then if physics world bodies, okay. Ah, this was doing a check. Ah, hang on. I seem to remember this now because of this one here. This was doing a check to see whether you could place things on top of certain things, which is exactly what I want here. Because I had belts, conveyor belts, and you could only put pushers, grabbers, that sort of thing on top of conveyor belts. Maybe WRB. God, do I wish I used names that were not shorthand for things. Get component world render bounds. Mouse marker. That's an entity, isn't it? Yeah, the mouse marker was an entity. Ah, I think we was getting the world render bounds for the ghost. It's where I use this one I don't get. So ABB equals... Right. I'm doing some collision checking in the main update, and then I was doing some in the job down here. Hang on, is this even in the job? No, none of this is in the job. This is all in the update. It's all doing for each in the update. Yeah, this whole thing's in there. Okay. Ah, look, this is the dodgy. This is where I was comparing a fixed int's name to a name.toString. In here, and this not only is this slow, it also prevents you using burst compile. Yeah, so the name is invalid. That's why I want a valid ID. I think I tried to do that in this project using the GUID thing, and I gave up on it. So that's why. Collision filter layer to mask. We can actually send a layer mask in and get the uint layer mask value out. Interesting. I don't know. Okay. Well, that's okay. We're only going to have two here. I'm not going to have specific. No, we're going to be comparing IDs together. So, and I was doing a lovely little trick here of just firing a raycast down 1 point from above, straight down, to check that it was actually hitting the thing below it. So I think I'll do something similar and check what the entity is, and if the entity underneath it is matching its socket entity, then it should turn green and it should snap to the thing underneath it. I would definitely like you to do this. Can we send in world position? I'll put the F in just to be... Okay, so that will put it one higher. Because math.up, for some reason, put it more than one higher, and I don't know why. Still looks like it's putting it way up in the air. I need some sort of like box to go around it. Expand that box to make it that size with a... Like I need... Oh gosh, that's going to make that go nuts, isn't it? Yeah. Can we duplicate this grid and call this outline or something and put that on the cube instead? And then outline, I'm going to go down here and set this to 1 by 1. Okay. I'd want to put that where the mouse is if we had a ghost. And then enlarge that to be the size of whatever it is we're around, just so it shows me where we're hitting the ground. But that can wait for later. Mark of the minute. The important thing is getting this collision thing working. So there's a couple of things we're going to have to do here. We have to make sure we're not colliding with anything on the outside of the map. Okay. So what do I need from here to get this working? I'm going to need to grab the physics room. I also want to make sure we have a game running tag and stuff like that added to these, but I haven't done any of that yet. So let's make sure we have the physics room running. Is what is running. Then we want to get our physics world. That wants to go just below our entity. Okay. We do a check for input. Oh, this is check. Yeah, I should probably take half of this out of here as well, because it shouldn't be in the update. It should be in its own function method. But we are just scheduling a job here, aren't we? Basically. And this doesn't need to exist anymore. We don't need the debug in there. I see all that's doing is scheduling a job anyway. We could take that out to its own function, which we probably should do at some point. So, but so we get the physics world. We don't care about the input buffer. We don't care about the mass marker. We're doing all that already. We craft array. We cast array, and if we hit something, we... I'm confused by that. I'm very confused by that. Yeah, I'm trying to do it a bit more than before, because as you can see here, so the update is here. It starts on line 30 and finishes at line 187. Yeah. I'm just thinking in here, this should probably be its own function, because it's doing something independent anyway. But all it's doing is creating a job, so it is a separate, it's calling a separate function anyway. So I just have a function that calls another function, or method function. Yeah. So yeah, but it's just sometimes cleaner, because I'm looking at this here, I'm going like, what does this do? What does this do? What does that do? And I've got this, if this, which is nested in here, and it comes back to here, and this here. So that is one whole function there, or method, whatever you call it. But it yeah. I think a lot of it I don't need for what we're doing here, because connections and all these bits and pieces and stuff, this is all specific to the belt system I was doing before. But a lot of stuff here where it's going down the if statement, and if it goes wrong, it just breaks out. And then if it doesn't break out and it gets to this point, it actually has to do something. For a repeat code 3 times, it should be a function. Yeah, fair enough. Yep. Right, so that's not needed. So what I want is I don't know. So that's casting the rate to make sure that we are actually hitting something. So I don't know why. I think this was the check. We were ray casting straight down. No, cast ray buffered item dot value. I don't know. But I'm getting a native list of raycast hits, and I don't know why I'm getting a native list. But this is what I want. So we've got to ball something in the way. Okay. So if our ghost equals null, doesn't equals null, sorry, we are casting it against the motherboard. I don't want to do that, because I want to also cast against other things. So I always want to cast against everything. However, we want to make sure that our ward position is always 1 in the center. Because if I don't cast against the motherboard, I might hit other entities, and I don't want to be above the entity. Or do I? Does it matter? No, I don't think it does. So let's get rid of that line of code and that line of code there. Oh dear, I'm yawning like mad. So the problem is if I do this, see, yeah, that's why I don't want to cast at the. Okay, so I need to make sure that the position we're sitting in here I am rounding the world position, so I'm timesing it by 10, rounding it, and then dividing it by 10 to make it snap to 0.1 increments. Which is fine. But then why was the world position being up in the sky by what? That's weird. If I add +1 to go up in the sky, it actually goes way further than just 1, which is weird. Okay, that's fine. So before we set the transform position, world position, well, underscore world position dot y actually equals 1. Okay, so it's always going to hard code to be 1. Okay. Entity does not exist. Oh. Right, so. Right, okay, so if I switch between different build things, it could potentially throw a wobbly saying that the entity doesn't exist. And you're not going to give me a no, not going to tell me where it even went wrong. Not even going to tell me the file it went wrong in. Nice, thanks for that. Okay. But that is obviously here. Must be switching before this. Switch off, yeah, switch off burst apart. What I could always do is I could just check that the ghost entity actually exists, and if it doesn't, then we'll just skip it. Okay, so if the ghost entity doesn't exist, because we'd already destroyed it or something, then don't do any of this stuff in. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We're probably going to have to stop in a minute. The yawnies have got me. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Oh, hello. Yes, of course. Now it can't stanchiate them because the ghost no longer exists, does it? No.
Yawn. Yep, I yawned too, big man.
So I need to find out. Right, I'm sure it's in here. Sure, it's in here. Let's unenable burst compile. Oh dear. There you go. No. It's not in there. Is it in... I don't think it'd be in here. Where else are we using the entity component system? I'm not. Oh, here? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, that only triggers if we press escape, so that's not firing. Right. Okay. So it's not happening here. It's actually happening in the destroy script. Which is really weird. It's got to be happening in here. Zelson, hello, good evening. I hope you are having a good day. Hang on, you can't fail. You can't fail because you only execute on entities. So how can you fail? Which of drops in the burst menu? Yes. Took a lot longer, but yes. And It's not failing in my code. Placement. The entity command buffer was recording placement system. Payback in entities begin simulation command buffer system. So it's the entity command system that's failing because it doesn't tell me where, it doesn't tell me which one it was scheduled with. But I think this is the only one it could be scheduled with. Ah, does it? Hold on. Does it error? Right, no, it does error here. It's not when it's changing the texture. But it's not the job. Not the job. Gotta be here. I can't remember how you enable journaling. That's in here, isn't it? And it changes every... Nope, not here. First. Nope. But it was in here. Where am I going mad? I don't know. Is it in here? Right, here all turned on. Okay. I could have sworn journaling was in here. That's preferences, is it? Preferences. Yes, there it is. Never journaling, because this disables itself every time you restart Unity. Because it's super slow. Oop. Entity 175/15 was previously destroyed by system end simulations command buffer. One entity was recorded. Ah. So I am right. I know what it is. I am destroying the entity, but the destroyed entity happens at the end of the frame, and then we're trying to add a tag to it at the beginning of the frame. So maybe when I'm doing stuff with the command buffer, I should be doing it at the end of the frame. And then if I'm destroying entities, it should be the first thing that happens. So everything gets done at the end of the frame. And then the very next frame, we destroy entities that are there, and then nothing happens on it because they don't exist. This is end frame. So that makes sense, because obviously we destroy the end of the frame, the next frame starts, the command buffer goes, I don't have the thing there. Right, I'm going to have to go round. Wait a second. Realize I'm using the wrong extension. I am. Hold on, I'm not. Hold on. But I don't think that's gonna matter anyway, will it? Yeah, because then that won't actually have be created. I don't. Well, I'll try that first. Hold on, we'll try that first. I don't think that's going to work though. I'm sure we've had issues with that before, where the entity's not ready. Yeah, there you go. The third entity is going to be command buffer after they've been created, so we'd have to create them and then in the next frame add them. So, yeah. I think that's why I was using the state to instantiate that instantly, and then use the entity command buffer to add a component to it later. So let me have a look at the begin simulation. End entity command buffer system. So I should destroy everything at the end of the frame. No, I am destroying stuff at the end of the frame. I should destroy everything at the beginning of the frame, and then every other thing that I do should be done at the end of the previous frame, so that it's fresh for the next frame to come along. That's what I should be doing. So, find in current project that and replace it with end. Okay. One occurrence repair. I'm only using the entity command buffer in one place. Really? Am I? Will not use the entity command buffer. Anywhere else? No, we're using tags and no, I don't think I am. This is the first place I'm actually dealing with actual entities. Everything else has been elsewhere. So, okay, let's see whether this works. Nope, that was fine. Re-enable job. Influence compilation. Okay, so no, I still need to only be looking for the motherboard. I mean, that was ages ago I did that code, wasn't it? I need to make sure that it doesn't collide with itself. Can I just do that in can I just set the ghost to ignore raycast? That one. Yep, there you go. That fixes that one. We just ignore the raycasts of the ghost, so we can't accidentally mouse over the ghost and make it move out into the world. Oh, okay, right. That fixes that job. That's easy. I like easy fixes like that. Okay. So, there's a few things here as well. To do don't update to every frame. I'm not quite sure how I wouldn't do that, but however, I am only updating one material every frame on here. It's not like I'm updating it over and over and over and over and over, like it on millions of different things. We're only updating it on one thing, so it's not going to be a massive performance impact, but there's probably a better way to do that. Maybe something like in the tag, we could set the tag to be whether it's valid or not, and then obviously if it's valid but our world position isn't valid, then there's a discrepancy, we have to change that. If not, then don't think it matters for now. What I do need to do, however, is do the collision checks. Right, that's kind of what we were doing here, and I got slightly distracted. The raycasts I don't need. The hits I don't need. Oh no, you do outpart. Get the raycasts. So what am I doing here? So I am checking to see if there's something in the way, but we're shrinking down our extends ever so slightly so they're inside the bounding box. I think if they were completely valid, like if it was the same size as the actual block itself. When you place it up against another thing, it says no, that's not valid. That's why I shrunk it down. And then this one, if it was a buffered connection, you start one above. Confused as to which was buffered connection. It wasn't. Sorry, whether it was a connection building or not a connection building. Oh, that starts above and fires back one, doesn't it? Yeah. That starts above and fires straight down. That gets all the raycasts out of the way. Why have I... a native list of ints. Oh yeah, I don't need to know what it hits, I just need to know if it hits something, don't I? Actually, no, I need to know what it hits, don't I? So I need raycast hits. Okay, let's grab raycast hits. And where am I going to put this? I need to technically put this in here because I need the world position. Do I need the world position? No, I don't need the world position. I just need to know about the ghost, don't I? Will we extend? Yeah, I just need to know about the ghost. Because I can get the entity position from the ghost. Ow. So let's come down here. Grab our physics world and put that down here as well. And so we're clearly not using the different physics here. Right. Don't want this one, this is fine. The world position is no. I do need that world position, don't I? Although, can I get the world position? Oh, can I get the world position from? No. No, not unless I do it in a job. Wouldn't be terrible if we set this up in the job, but then I can't return to find out if it's valid or not. And also I need to do all this beforehand anyway, because I need to send an is valid thing into here to tell the job, the move ghost job, which you're doing more than just moving now. Yeah, that needs to be inside here, doesn't it? All this stuff. Wow. Okay. Those at the top. So yeah, it needs to be here before the job. For each data, because I need data.world position, I need 2. Grab all of that. Don't worry about the collision filter, that can just stay as default because we're doing that in Unity now. I don't know why I need AABB and AABB overcast. I'm not sure why I need both of those. So the int array that comes out is the actual. We can actually check the. Oh, we can check the entity against that. Okay. I thought we needed the raycast hits for that. Nope, the raycast hits we never use. Okay, so I just need this one instead. Don't need raycast hits. I just need to do a native list of hits. Just a native list of int array, which is fine. Oh yeah, I think I tried to make this a job as well, and I couldn't figure out how to do it in a job. So then down here. We do an overlap. Maybe we're going to do an overlap after I've instantiated stuff. Set component enabled input buffer setup tag. Oh yeah, no, it's after we yeah. No, I know what this was. I know what this is still kind of what I want, but what I was doing is when I put a belt down, I was raycasting. I was box casting around it. This one here. I was box casting around it, so it would hit the tile it was on and all the tiles around it. So 9 tiles in total, and then for every entity in those tiles, if it had a component for input buffer, we put the input buffer setup tag on. If it had an output buffer, we put the output buffer. So that would basically mean if you put a belt down next to a building, it would trigger the building to know whether it was inputting or outputting, and the building would then check to see if there's a belt there, and the building itself would then go, hey, I can output onto that belt. Awesome. Yeah, but that was, yeah, but I want to do this. I want to do a physics overlap, because all these ones are casting rays straight down and stuff, and I'm not sure. So here, this one here, physics overlap. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, I'm doing that. So boom, 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 boom. So I probably that's why I called it AABB overcast. Okay, so I don't want to do the overcast. I just want to do the AABB, which means something. Kind of forgot what it is. Something in the way equals false. Okay. Otherwise it equals true here. So that means we've hit something. And if we've hit something, no, it's not called overcast for the British River. It's called overcast because it's overcasting a larger box, an oversized box. It's amazing how I'm looking at this code and remembering what I was doing, because that was the only way I could. When I put belt down, I was treating each segment of the belt, the 1 meter squared segment of the belt, as its own independent thing. So it would have to notify everything behind it and in front of it and to the sides of it that it was there, because belts might be pointing towards them or away from them or whichever way around. So it just had to notify every belt to update its settings, and then every single belt would raycast forward from itself. And if it hit another belt, it would then go, hey, that's a belt I can put something on. And that was how each and every one of my things worked. And I was doing many, many raycasts. But I was only doing the raycasts when I placed the new belt down. So potentially it was only ever going to be 9 raycasts firing at once, which I thought was the best way of doing it, rather than constantly updating them over and over and over. They'd fire, if they found a belt, they'd go, hey, it's a belt, or it's a building, or whatever it is, and it would go, that's something I could put, if it's got an input buffer. So down here, if it's got an input buffer, then I could put stuff into it. If it's got an output buffer, then that would be a building, because only buildings had output buffers that could put onto belts around them. So yeah, so potentially only ever 9 ray casts would fire every single time you put a belt down. And if it failed, it would then just go nope, and it would automatically disable its tag and just go nope, there's nothing there. I'll not ignore it. And if I get any items put onto me, I'll just hold on to them because I can't do anything with them. And then the way items move, they basically would look ahead to the next belt and then go, is there space? No, okay, I'll wait. And then they just, every frame, they would check the belt in front to see if there's space, and if there was, then they'd move on to the belt in front and slowly move across the screen, or move across the belt until they got to the right position and then go, hey, I'm here. I think the way I had it is, as soon as an item touched a new belt, it became that belt's property. Then that belt took it and moved it to the end of the belt, and then sat there waiting for it, but then wouldn't accept a new item from there. So all the items were on the end of the belt, sort of sat right on the end of the belt rather than in the center. So it worked. It wasn't very scalable, and it had problems when you had 2 belts facing one belt. So if a belt had 2 inputs, sometimes both items would try and put onto the belt at the same time, and it would break things a lot. So I'm going to do another if data.world position is equal to equals 3.0. Valid placement place seems like a good way of doing that. Valid placement place equals false. So this should be false, and this should be true. So we start off assuming wherever we want to put it is true. Okay, we start off assuming wherever we're going to put stuff in is true, and then if the physical world discovers something's there, it sets it to false. If we are at position 0, which means our raycast has missed everything, then it's also false. So then we can come down here to our job, and we can let me reorder some of these things. So the entity component buffer should go in first. World position, green gas, and the mesh entity stuff should go in after that. And then we should do a public pool. Added placement position, is that what I called it? Place. Okay, and then I don't need to check here for this anymore. I just need to go if valid place if it's a valid place, then we make sure we're green, we increase the world position, and then we get up there. If it's not a valid place, we set it to red and don't do anything else. Okay, and then this is for that down there. So you're still saying that's in invalid thing, but that's fine. So we come here and then we go underscore valid placement place equals valid placement place, and there you go. Now we're good. So we check everything up here. So it's a good job I didn't take this out and put it into its own method or function or whatever you want to call the thing, its own void, because I needed to add to it anyway, because it needed to do more. So, yeah. Okay. Of course, we could take all this out of here and make its own method for that, but I'm not going to. We'll get the update doing something. You know, the update can lift. I'm sure there are people out there that have programmed their entire code in one giant monolithic update function. Like their whole game runs in a single script. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, hello. Now things are not working. quite a thing's not working. Okay, the socket is valid, but we're not moving. Why are we not? Ah, right. This might be colliding with the motherboard.
Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Yeah, there wasn't. How disappointing. How do we not collide it with the motherboard? Obviously, this is gonna be fault all the time. You wanted a kaboom? Froggy, play Froggy. Froggy has a kaboom in it. I just take it out of here, don't I? Vision filter dot collides with equals 1. No, 6. So that only collides with entities now. With the squiggly operator, which has a name and I don't know what it is. Do know what it is, but I don't know what it is. I did know what it is, but I cannot recall right now what it is. They use an approximate as well, don't they? Sometimes. There we go. Okay, so these are all good. These are all working. Excellent, beautiful. Right, cool. Or bitwise. Bitwise not. Okay. Tilde. I thought tilde was that. I thought that was tilde. What's that one? Okay. Acrobatic. Oh, okay. I thought that was tilde. Okay. But it's funny because many games say, "Oh, press the tilde key to get the console up." So you do, and I push that key, and that brings it up for me. So that's why I've thought for a long time that was tilde. Okay, Hojo, have a good sleep. I hope to see you again. So, let's test our thingamabob. Let me put a CPU socket down in the world. That is a very small CPU socket. Oh, my CPU socket has not actually retained its scaling. It explains it. The CPU is massive. Reset the CPU. Reset the socket. Make it 2 by 2 just as a test, okay? 2 by 0.2 by 2. Going to be 1 by 0.2 by 1. You're going to be 1 by 0.2 by 1, and you should be at y0. I think that might be affecting some things for us. So, okay, right. So we have a CPU socket. If I bring up a CPU, it goes no, that's not a CPU, that's a CPU. It goes no. It still won't let me move over it, so I don't kind of want that. I still want you to move. So if 3 0, so if it doesn't equal float 3.0, okay, then move it. Otherwise do move it, that's fine. And then you are basically, yeah, it is an 8-bit hedgehog. It's an 8-bit hedgehog. Okay, so that's invalid, but still moving over there. And if I do that, it stops moving, which is cool. However, that is definitely, actually no, it's not one tile above. It's not. It's because we're zoomed in much further than I think. That actual box is 1 tile high. So the thing I need to remember to do, that's very, very important, is that when I create the models for like the sockets and the CPUs, I need to make sure the pivot point is at the lowest point on them. So when we mouse over them, they are sitting just above the motherboard. So the pivot point's at the bottom, and then when you snap them in, boom, they're there. And then every point around them can have a belt going into it or coming out of it. So I'm going to have to figure that one out. But okay, so if I say here, instead of 1, it's 0.2. In the minute, just to make sure everything pops up above the motherboard. So you should actually be at 0.2. Which puts you actually above the motherboard, doesn't it? Yeah. But no, you should be at 0.1. Oh, that's close enough, whatever. Well, actually, height of the motherboard is at. The motherboard is at 0. Okay. Okay. Right. So that's invalid. That's invalid, but you can now see, if I actually zoom in, you can now kind of see that it's in there. Cool. Okay. So there is also something I need to do, and that is well, I said half an hour ago I should probably go to bed, I'm getting tired, and now I want to finish some things up, and it's like, I'll just do this one more thing. Yeah, just this one more thing, that's all we need. Buildable data buffer, buildable enum, buildable item becker. There's so much should have been called buildable objects or something. I should rename these files to make a bit more sense. Buildable object. Yeah. You actually don't need any of this stuff in you anymore. Get rid of that. Just free that up a little bit. You didn't need to be serializable, but that's because we don't do. Hang on. Do. Ah. Oh, damn it. Buildables. No, you don't need to be serializable for that to work. Well, where was that other one we had to make it serializable for it to work? I'm getting inconsistent serializing of things, which is confusing me. Alright, so I want to rename part of this stuff. Can I close this? Go to here. It's a bootable object data buffer. Yes, that's fine. Value does not fall within the expected range. You're right, because I expect you to rename something, so I don't quite know why you didn't want to do that. And now you have renamed it, fine. How strange. Bootable object data buffer. Rename bootable items. Yes. Well, you was already called a buildable object. Okay. Cool. Buildable object baker. Buildable objects baker baker. Buildable objects baker. Because that's just how the weird names work. Ah, okay. So you're actually going through my whole code and renaming stuff for me. I didn't realize you did that. Buildable objects. No, bootable. Bootable categories. Oh, just a little bit more descriptive and consistent. Why are you? Unexpected GUID match. Yeah, that's okay, but that doesn't exist anymore. It's called bootable categories in them. What? Unity, you alright? That's not the name of that script. Even how you spell categories. No, it's not. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll get Windows to rename you. There we go. Tangent artifact errors, synchronization script error. Yeah, I'm not surprised you had the wrong thing listed. So, right, okay. So I need to do a bootable objects data, not the buffer. Bootable object data. Okay. This is going to be under the buildables tab. And this needs to store some information. So it needs to, I think store two information. Two pieces. It needs its ID, so that when I mouse over it in the world, I can grab the ID from it, and it also needs does it need the socket data? No, I just need its ID. It literally needs to store an int ID. That's it. That's what you need to store. Just one thing, and then we add that to the object. But I can't add it here. I need to add that when we instantiate it with the placement system. So here we add the ghost tag. Oh, we're not actually placing anything in the world yet, are we? We haven't actually done the whole place item thing. So we send in the world position. I need to send in more than that. I need to send in the whole data stream, don't I? Data buffer. No, I need to know the ID of what we're currently building. Can we store that up here? Building ID. Then case 1 we set up the ghost. Case 2, this will have to change because it won't work for individual cases like this, because we're not going to have a key input buffer anyway. We're going to get it from the UI. That'd be fine. We'll figure that one out. We'll get a UI buffer, I suppose, and if we click a button, we'll just add to the UI buffer and then grab it from that. It'll be fine. So if the ghost doesn't equals null, we destroy it. And we should set the ghost to null, and then we should go building ID should equal to 0, and then here we should building ID equals underscore ID, so we're sending in the GUID, our special GUID. Okay. Let me do the same here. If building ID equals 0, then turn. Whoa. Test bracket was fun. Awesome. I'm very glad to hear that. It does save each one of your scores and then lets you do things. It's obviously, you know, just a little game, but you can go back through and play any level you played previously. So if you want to try and beat your high scores and things. But yeah, it was fun programming and learning how to muck about with the component system. Not that we needed it for that game. It definitely wasn't that sort of scope, but it taught me how all this instantiation business work. And there was a whole stream of about 8 hours of us trying to figure out the entity component buffer. I say us, me trying to figure out the entity component buffer, because I just didn't get it right. But I'm very glad you enjoyed it. Thank you very, very much for playing. Okay, so we've got our world position. We want to spawn the item at that world position. Right. The entity equals state. We don't have the state sent in here. Data.prefab. Okay. So we spawn the prefab. How do I mean, down here I'm setting it in the job. So I get the entity of the ghost. I get the local transform. I set it in the job. How do I actually set the position of a building once I've just done it? Because it's an entity. It's not a local transform. No, that's not going to work because that's going to resize the thing, isn't it? I need to get the transform of the entity. Fortunately, it all comes up with instantiate comes up with the transform system, which is very nice. Get component, change stuff, set component. But there is no get component. Oh, get component data. Local transform equals state to component data entity. So I was just thinking, in game objects, you can instantiate something, and you can set the position and rotation and stuff all in the one. The instantiate covers the whole thing. This doesn't do that. So yeah, source entity, output entity. So yeah, but so we get the local, so local transform dot position equals underscore world position, which we sent into us, and then state dot entity manager dot set component data entity comma transform. Okay, and then I want to go ECB, which I haven't sent into here yet. Add component. Entity dot new new buildable object data ID equals building ID. I really feel like that should have something quicker than that. I feel like it does, and it's aspects or something. Is there an aspect thing you can do? But I'm not sure how to do that. Probably don't have to get the transform, change data, and then reset it. I can probably do it in one line here. But I want to get the data because position not modify the return value. Set coordinate? No. Nope. Do it this way. Nope. Okay. Well, there's a. I don't know what it is. But I'm sure there's a way you can just, because I don't need to add the component. Because it's always going to have a local transform by default anyway, so yeah. I suppose the only way I could do that would be to, no, I couldn't even place the object in a job because the job wouldn't have the entity, doesn't exist yet, so the entity has to be created. Shape dot version, what the hell? Component no, it's fine. Right. Okay, so that's just when we click it down. Right, okay, so this is still invalid up here somewhere. What's wrong with this? Oh yes, we need to send in the ref state. And we need to send in the into the component system. Okay. There's also some other things I need to do in here as well. I need to go. I need to destroy the ghost. Copy that and paste that there. So. If building 0, that means we haven't got a building ID. We don't want to place anything. Otherwise, this, hang on, that's not going to work. We're going to instantiate a building for every single time. If data dot ID is equal to building ID, then you may do all of this. Okay. If it's not valid, then you don't have to do that. And also, I now don't need that there because we're never going to have an ID of 0. I think I'll leave that there just because it goes out the way. Yeah, it just cancels the whole thing without having to check any of this buildable stuff. So if we find the building we want to put down, if we don't find it, we don't even delete the ghost. So the ghost stays, but it doesn't do that. We also need to check that the actual location we can click is valid. Right now we can put them down anyway, can't we? If data was clicked and valid place to place, so we don't even process it if it's not a valid place. So if we click on it's bad, we can't do that. So that's fine. We'll probably have to have another thing here that we're going to have to fire a raycast out, which we're really doing anyway. We get the mouse buffer, and the mouse buffer will have the information about what the raycast hits, and if the raycast hits something, it will get the ID to it, and if the ID to it is valid to the building we're trying to place, then we basically want to skip all of this stuff here, and we want to set the water position to be that building there and the valid placement to be true. Position was clicked and it sends an entity. I don't want to send the entity in, I just want to send the ID. This is all the player input stuff here. No, not entity ID. Full ID. Just send the ID in. Okay, that should probably throw. No, it won't throw probably here. Yes, it does. Cool. All right, clear up that. Hit entity. I don't care about the entity actually. Raycast hit. Oh yeah, I need to find out whether this is actually a valid raycast hit as well, don't I? So up here, I would like to try and get the mouse input system is going to have to get the ID of the entity it hit. If hit dot position dot equals 0.3, no, this will be a vector 3, won't it? Nope. 0.3 dot 0. Why are you not using your mathematics? Then cancel out of that. So we didn't hit anything, so we don't want to update the mouse position. Okay. So I need to. This is a system base, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Let's change this back to being an entity. Okay, so we're just cancelling out of this if we don't hit anything. Placement system. So we're only triggering any of this if our ghost is 0. So I don't need check for input. All of this. Oh no, the entity command system has to stay outside. Go in here. Okay. So we don't need to call any of this stuff here unless our ghost entity is 0. So if we're building something, then we do the physical world stuff. Otherwise, we don't need to worry about that. Okay. So now what I want to do is the mouse buffer. I want to check if it has a component. If not yet, I'll do it here. If data dot entity dot has no entity manager dot component. Buildable object data. I don't know how to use the out key. Hold on. Can that be used like a method? Oh, that's because it's not. That's right. Argument 2 may not pass with the out keyword. Right. Why not? What does this do? This is a ball, but I want to get the data. Do. Right, so we can't. I thought the has component lets you output it if it's valid. I guess it's not. Right, so isn't there a try get component? No. Get component data. But that might fail. Get component isn't valid for what I want to do here. Just get component also isn't valid, is it? No. Entity manager, get buffer from entity. Sure. Right, no. Get component data from entity. Appreciated. You're not always going to have that. That's the thing. So I need to do the has component entity comma yeah, entity comma type of the rule get data. Data.entity. No, that was doable in one line, and I don't remember how to do it. But now I'm looking down here. I do it here. We go, if we have a component, then we set a component. Otherwise, if we have a component, then yeah. So maybe that is the way it's got to be done. So as component, did I use type of it? No, I didn't. I used the other way of doing this. Let's do the other way of doing this. Buildable object data. If it has buildable object data, then ID. I very much need to store this elsewhere. I need to know what item I'm doing. It's a tired hedgehog who should have gone to bed over an hour ago, and I just wanted to get this bit working an hour ago. Yeah, because I'm using the buildable data in multiple different places, aren't I? So I feel like I should do this in update. And then pass the stuff around.
Yawn. Yep, I yawned you, Eggman.
Yep. Yep. Okay. So if we have a component in the buildable object data, we get the ID from the buildable object data, okay, which is fine. And then if that matches our dynamic art thing, so I need to know what entity. So it's not the building ID I necessarily need. I need to actually get this. Yeah, I need the building we are building. Because just getting the ID isn't going to work for us. I need more information than that. It's become very apparent for that. So, okay, so let's rather than look up this data multiple times, let's just look it up once at each frame, and then mind you, to be honest with you, it's not actually the check for input. This one does fire each frame, it's fine, but this only fires when we're setting up the ghost, so it fires once, and this only fires when we're placing objects, so it fires once, so it's not so bad. But I still need to know. Actually, that's a key input buffer. That's no, that doesn't. So this only fires when we set the ghost up, which is once every now and then, and place object only fires when we click the ghost. So this is fine. Okay, but I am going to have to look through them to set our data. So let's come up here and let's go with a buildable object data buffer. Building data. We can get rid of the building ID. We still want the ghost. That's fine. And I come down here. Don't do this. The building data, it equals. I null that out. I don't know if I know. How do I clear some data? It's not a non-nullable state, so therefore we'll just do this here. Building data equals new. We'll just do that. We'll just make sure it's valid to a new one, and then we just come down here and do the same. Equals new. And then this one will actually go building data equals data. If building data.id equals 0, then get out of this. You now don't need to go through all this because we are storing the information up here. So we can get rid of this here. And we can get rid of this one here. And we can literally just go building data. ID. Okay, and if the ghost did not equals null, then we delete the ghost and we clear the building data. So we placed it down, it was valid, we clicked, we put it down, we then want to clear the buffer. Unless it's a belt, then you want to do multiple, but right, we'll deal with that later. Okay, save. So up here, if our building object data, if we have building object data and it's you get the idea. So here we want to just change this to if the ID is equals to our building data dot socket ID. Okay. We've got the entity. Okay, I've just realised I need to get the entities position. Right, so if it's got a component and if the ID is equal to our building ID, then that means we want to snap to the local position and skip all this here. If I move any of this into an if statement, this is not going to work anymore. But some of these things are I don't know how to set the can I create a second drop in here? Okay, that's valid, so it's true. This doesn't want to be data to the world position. This wants to be the equals state dot entity manager dot get component data local transform from data dot entity dot position. Okay, you want to become position. Okay. So, if it has a buildable data, if its buildable ID is equal to ours, then we want to do this. But if it has buildable data and its component isn't equal to ours, then I still want to do these ones. Because that would mean we're probably not a socket. Oh, I'll just return it. That's what I do. But that means we won't click if we if our ID matches, we'll never get a click registered, which I still want to do. That's annoying. That's annoying. I want this to fire. But I don't want this to happen. Yeah. Cool. Do box check equals true. If we have a buildable object here, and if it matches our thing here, then we want to go do box check is false, and then here if do box check Oop. Okay. Let's cut that out and let's put that right at the top. Okay. Actually, it doesn't make any difference where I put that. I don't think actually it doesn't matter even if that exists. Okay, right, let's try this and then we'll go to bed. So let's get rid of the CPU socket. Let me type off it's not. I'm not using a type off. I thought I got rid of that. Yeah. Right, get rid of the CPU socket. Right. Play. 1, 2, 1. So if I click, nothing happens. The socket ID doesn't equal 0 because also if it's a socket ID then that's not I think we'll do that. Okay. So when I place an item, play. 1. Nope. Nope. Okay. Invalid placement. But it hasn't got a builder object data, so this shouldn't be firing. This should be firing. Okay, and then this fires at the end anyway, independent of both of you. So if the socket ID doesn't equal 0, and the ID equals our ID, then it's valid. And we want to snap the thing to a current position, which we've done. I don't really actually need to snap this, or do I? I could literally just, well, no, I need to do it with the drop position there, because I don't have access to the transform before that. So we snap the ghost to that building. That's fine. Okay. Otherwise, if building data socket ID is not equal 0, valid placement base equals false. Okay. So if we need a socket and it isn't matching here, then it's false. So we don't want to put it down. So okay, let's test this. Doop 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 doop. Okay. So 1 is fine. 2 is still triggering as valid. Okay, right. I think that's because oh, that's because I had that inside there. No, because you're never going to trigger. No, that's fine, because I don't want you to trigger. Okay. Why is it taking so long to compile? Damn you. The reason I split everything up is because this has got access to all these things as well. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay, so that's working. That's fine. Okay, have a good one, Emble. I'm going to do one. This is it. This is the last one. This is the last one. Why is this not working? Why is my click not registering? Or maybe the click is registering, or is it registering? Are we even looking for the click? Hold on. All was clicked is here. Mouse input system. Mouse clicked dot was this frame, was pressed this frame, was formed this frame, pressed this frame. Let's go with performed this frame instead. That might be the reason. You need to compile more times where I have 64 gig of RAM. I've got 32. And it definitely is. So my idea of moving things all into different namespaces to clear up the Unity compiling thing is working, because when I change this one, it compiles really quickly. When I change this one, it takes ages because we've got to use all these. So it's checking all the buildables, all the destroyed entities, all the material buffers, all the player inputs. But that's okay. That's okay. Whilst we're working this system, that's okay. Once we're out of the system and doing something else, it will be better overall. I hope. Maybe. Perhaps. Possibly. All right. Click. 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 Fine. Why you no work? This is working. Is my input system set up correctly? Mouse clicked. Okay, so the problem lies in the mouse click. The mouse click is broken. Oh, this is something I've got to be careful as well. I'm doing for each building. Oh no, we are checking the building. No, that's fine. Yeah, we're just looking for an ID. That's right. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I don't even know if this is working. No. Why is system.diagnostics at the top? Unity engine. Debug.log. Click. Close that. I'm done with that. Stuff's going bananas in the background as well, because I keep getting all these weird errors come on from Unity. Yeah. Compilation crest. Entities highlights. Maybe that's because of the parallel build. I don't know. But, right. It's not right. Okay. So this is never being called. So either my code here. That's to there. That's to there. This is inside for each loop. So my guess is that I'll click dot. Reformed? That's an input action. No. Was pressed this frame. Is pressed. Okay. Close this so I now can't come back to the code again if this compiling doesn't work. We will look at that tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Icaria. Friday. We'll come back Friday. Oh. It won't let me put down that in that area, but it is green and it is valid. Yes, I think it's green. Is it green? Yes, it is green. So it's working and it's snapping to the socket. So it knows the socket's value. It just we can't click it to put it down. So we're there. We're there. Awesome. Okay. Save. Quit. Yay. Okay. So let me go to this one. Okay, so it works. We can click something down. Only another 6 hours of coding just to make a click work, but it's early doors, so it's building the framework up for stuff. Once the framework's in place, it'll go smoothly and we'll be able to zoom through everything. Absolutely, because that's always how it works. You work all this time on the framework and then it makes life later very, very easy. That's absolutely how coding works. Definitely 100% in my experience. Yeah. No. You build these wonderful systems, you think it's fantastic, and then you probably spend just as much time going back and tweaking them systems because you need something extra you didn't think of at the time. So, but yeah, but it should make life better in the future. Maybe not even the future of this project, but maybe the future of another project where I learn more. If my brain doesn't explode in that time, and who knows? I mean, game dev takes years, so I'm not expecting to be able to churn out this game in 1 year. Absolutely. But it would be nice by the end of the year to have at least a working, playable, somewhat thing of it that we can click and do stuff with. So that's the goal, to maybe have at least a demo without all the stuff fleshed out on it by the end of the year, which is a long way off because it's only just March started now. So this give me plenty of buffer, which would be nice. Anyway, let's leave this here. Let us come back. Tomorrow will be Akaria. We'll be doing more Akaria, jumping into that and having some more play with rovers. We're going to build roads and do things. And then Thursday, I don't know. I did pick up Microtopia, so maybe we give that a go. And then Friday we're going to come back to gaming, to programming, do that, and then more Elden Ring on the Saturday. So hope to see you again during the week. Yeah, you finished making a game someday? Awesome. Well, I can officially say I have finished making a game, and it sold 1 copy. It actually sold a copy, and I don't know who that was. I don't know if it was an anonymous person or if it was someone else, but whoever it was, I thank you very, very much. That means I'm successful. Yay! Doesn't mean I make any money back from it because, you know, I put in a fair few hours more than that. But I can officially say that I sold a product, which is the first time in my life that I have sold something that I have made, which is just awesome. So yeah. Anyway, thank you all very much for watching, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed this one, and I do hope to see you again in the next one. And until then, as always, have fun.